Alright, I've tried to know as little as possible going in, though I have gotten some minor, well, some spoilers. Uh, but let's try this, just to see what it's like. I've heard it's very much not what I'm expecting, so curious about that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have played it. Oh, I just noticed D8. I get it. Date. Oh, and that's probably kill. Date, kill. I get it. Oh. Oh, hello there. This game is not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. Good to know. Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may not have a safe experience playing this game. Well, I have both, but that's totally fine. For content warnings, please visit... By playing Doki Doki Literature Club, you agree that you are at least 13 years of age, I am, and you consent to your exposure of highly disturbing content. Ooh, I agree. Ding ding. Let me make sure that this is going first off. Alright, it is. Alright. You're really shoving that warning on me. This is not gonna be happy, is it? I don't care what you say, game. I do not care what you say, game. Alright, here we go, I guess. Big cry. Hey! I see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it's kind of worth. Is that English? But it just kind of works out because... Oh, okay. But just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. Ah! What did I do? Already getting scared and the game hasn't even started yet. We used to walk to school on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. I wonder where that's going. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up to me. Yeah, what this game's pretending to be, I don't usually play these types of games where it's like visual novel or dating romance, so like I'm interested to know when it gets really weird and messed up. Sayori, haha! I overslept again, but I caught you this time. Big cry, that's my name. Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Big Cry, but I'm gonna do a big ol' cry when you hang yourself. That's getting like posted all over like the Discord of my friends, so that's like what I mean by spoilers I got for this game, because that's like all I know about the game is that. And I'm guessing that's if you ignore her. Big Cry. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple this time. Fine, fine. You did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean even if you want to. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together to make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, have you decided on a club to join yet? Club? I told you already, I'm not interested in joining any clubs. The Doki I haven't been looking either. That's not true. You told me you were joining a club this year. Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did in one of the many alternate realities I find myself in with screaming aliens and such. You know, in one of the many conversations where I dismissively go along with her, she's saying, Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me when I'm perfectly content just staying by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. Wow, that's not cringe dialogue. Alright. I was talking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know? Yeah, I know you're happy now, but I'd die, wink wink, at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years because you're not used to the real world. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Alright. I'll look at a few clubs if it makes you happy. No promises, though. Well, yeah, at least promise me you'll try a little. Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside her head. School day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Hello? Sayori must have come into the classroom. So is this like a satire at first, before it descends into sheer disturbing madness, I'm assuming? Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom. I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting there and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed. You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late for your own club. Well, I just thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know what? Well, that you could come to my club. Sayori. Yeah? Well, why do it now? I'm confused. Yeah? There's no way I'm going to your club. Nini. Sayori is vice president of the literature club. Not that I was ever even aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title vice president. That said... Sorry, I thought I heard someone talking to me. Spooky. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club like a real weeaboo. Alright. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyways? Well, I kind of told the club yesterday that I'd bring in a new member. Is the club gonna be a cult? I really hope it is. I hope this is just Hereditary, the anime. I don't usually watch anime, but if that was a real thing, I would watch it. And Natsumi, he made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep. I can't tell if Sayori is really that much of an airhead, or if she's just cunning to have just planned all of this out. I think it's the latter. I let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll just stop for a cupcake, okay? Yes, let's go. Star Wars screen swipe. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. Is that literally what's gonna happen? Am I literally gonna have to sell my soul? Because I feel like in this game, that's where it's gonna head. I dejectedly follow Sayori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for third-year classes and activities. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. I know that's trying to make me let my guard down for when the weird stuff happens, but I just want to get to the weird stuff. Come on. Everyone, the new member is here. I told you, don't call me a new member. I glance around the room. Girl 1, that's quite a name you've got there. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. Seriously, you brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Ah, big cry. What a nice surprise. Oh, are you doing a big ol' cry? I'm sorry, do you need any tissues? Welcome to the club. All words escaped me in this situation because I was doing a big ol' fat stinky cry. Don't ask me why cries can be stinky. Mine are. They smell really bad. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. 2 exclamation points, which is literally a pet peeve of mine because it's either 1 or 3. That's grammatically correct. What are you looking at, girl 2? If you want to say something, say it. Sorry. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is the one I don't recognize. Isn't that the one we've been talking to the entire time? The small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. And a thirst year. She is also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her while she gets moody. Sayori says that quietly into my ear and then turns back towards the other girls. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy, and this is Yuri, the smartest one in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Ah, well, it's nice to meet both of you. And it sounds like you already know Monica, is that right? That's right. It's great to see you again. Big cry. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talk, but we were in the same class last year. Oh no! All the girls look exactly the same. Now I don't know which one hates themselves in the classroom. Uh-oh. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic, dead. Basically, completely out of her league. So, having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... You too, Monica. Come sit down, big cry. We made room for you at the table so you can sit next to me or Monica. Oh, great, choices. I'll get the cupcakes. No matter what I choose, it's gonna be Ron, isn't it? Hey, I made them, I'll get them. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Then, how about I made some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form the table. As Sayori mentioned, it's been widened so that there's one empty space next to Monica and one empty space next to Sayori. Natsumi and Yuri walked over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabbed a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. I don't know how I feel about that. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Oh, I don't even choose. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Wow! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray to reveal a dozen white fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears. So cute! I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know. Just hurry and take one. Sayori grabs one first, then Monica. I follow. It's delicious! Sayori talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Dude, just eat the whole thing. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me and take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I deject the cupcake. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Why are you thanking me? It's not like haven't I heard this conversation somewhere before? Made them for you or anything? I thought you technically did, Sayori said. Well, maybe, but not for, you dummy. Alright. I gave up on Natsumi's weird logic and dismissed the conversation. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup. I really don't trust this music or anything. It's way too upbeat. In front of each of us before setting down at the teapot next to the cupcake tray. And like the tea and the cupcakes, it's just too... It's unnerving, actually. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom. Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. What teachers? Did you kill them all? After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monika raises an eyebrow and then smiles at me. So, what made you consider the literature club? I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monika that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I hadn't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seems really happy here, so that's okay, don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? President of the Literature Club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Monika, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year? Well, to be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. All of a sudden, the game gets really political, like it's all just one big race allegory. It's like, whoa, didn't expect this. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicly and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And even if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream. Monika really seems to agree with that, so does Yuri. And I'm surprised there aren't more people in this club yet. It must be really hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are here because we ate them all. We're cannibals. Not many people are interested in putting off all this effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile, but it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Yeah, we'll do our best. You know it. Everyone enthusiastically agrees. I noticed that. You don't have to tell me. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monika must have really worked hard to find these three. That's why they were all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with this level of enthusiasm about literature. Oh, trust me, buddy, you won't. These girls are gonna make your life, awful. So, big cry. What kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read of these past few years, I don't think I've got a very good way of answering that. Mango. I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsumi's head suddenly perks up. Oh, this dialogue is so cringy. Alright. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that could change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Oh, well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. I like those, yeah. Psychological thrillers are my thing. Isn't it amazing how a writer can be so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination, so completely throw you for a loop? Yeah, I feel like I'm digging this person if I have to choose between them. Although she is not the one that I know has a hard time staying alive from that one image, because it was clearly a pink-haired lady. But other than that, I don't know much, so maybe she does some other horrible thing if I don't pick her. I really just don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm basically willing to, like, try anything if it's good enough that I think warrants giving a look, even if I feel like the community deems it kind of cringy to try doing it. If it's, like, good enough, I'm willing to try it. Like, for example, there's a lot of, like, negativity swarming, like, the genre, I guess, of anime, because of, like, some members of the fan base can be a little bit off-putting, like, especially, like, in middle school, I remember, and, like, yeah, on the internet. It could become like a toxic place depending on who you're talking to, but then there's other people that make it more accessible. So, like, for that reason, I only watched, like, the few ones that seemed worth my time, and just limited it to just that, like, only the ones that really interested me, and I didn't really want to delve much deeper than that. So, like I said, how much I enjoy psychological thrillers, and how I heard that Death Note was, like, the best of them. That was one of the few ones I had the exception of watching. Alright, anyways, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. It made me do a big cry. I desperately grasped something I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Really, I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you, I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I can't really put it down. Surreal horror. Ooh! I like surreal horror. This should be fun. I'm guessing that's what the game goes into, from all I've heard about it. I know it tries to mess with your sense of reality in a psychological way. And that it's, like, horrifying with its disturbing images. It's often successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. Ugh, I hate horror. Oh, why's that? Well, Natsumi's eyes darted to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud, and give that back. Fine, fine. Your cupcakes, your poem, everything you do is just as cute as you are. I do not like the way she said that. That was my joke! Sayori sidles up behind Natsumi and puts her hands on her shoulder. I'm not cute! Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No! Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. Not a very confident writer yet? I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. Yeah, when I write my own material, it takes, like, a lot of effort to, like, get past that level of trust that, when you share it with someone else, that they won't just, like, spit it back in your face and kind of demean you with it, saying, like, this is the best that you could come up with. You're a terrible writer, and like confirm like the voice in your head that says that you're not good enough, and that why do you pick this career path, and that you've basically been wasting your life, and it's hard to confront that fear. But like, I'm always trying to advance past that, as difficult as it is. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing them even the deepest reaches of your heart. Yeah, I'd agree with that, and I try to do that. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all stood in silence for a moment. Okay, I have an idea, everyone. Huh? Natsuki and Yuri looked quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then next time we meet, we all share them with each other. That way everyone is even. Yeah, let's do it. Plus now we have a new member. I think it'll help all of us get a little bit more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right? Big cry. Monika smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on, there's still one problem. Eh? What's that? Now that we're back on the original topic of me joining the club, I have bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said that I would join the club. They take out knives like, you have to join us! One of us! One of us! Sayori may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All four girls stare blankly back at me with dejected eyes. But I'm sorry, I thought, big cry. You all, I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's all like this? That is, if I'm writing poems, is the price to pay in order to spend every day with these people. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Yes, I'm so happy! Sayori wraps her hands around me and jumping up and down. Hey, you really did scare me for a moment. If you really just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed. Then that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Ah, thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Now we go with the bad notes. Dun dun dun! Everyone, remember today's assignment. Remember today's assignment. He can't know yet. He mustn't know. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monika looks over at me once more. Big cry. I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monika with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey, big cry. Since we're already here, do you want to walk home together? That's right, so Yuri and I never walk home together anymore, because she always stays after school for clubs. Sure, might as well. Yay! When are things gonna get freaky? I want things to get freaky. I feel like if I didn't know that things went there, I would have turned off the game by now, or not even checked it out entirely. With that, the two of us depart the club room and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course Monika. Hey, Monika. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? No, you'll never be happy. Depression! Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls, but only one! Alright, I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances. And I'm sure good fortunes will find me. Nuh-uh. And I guess I'll start off with tonight. It's time to write a poem. Finally, interactivity. Pick words you think your favorite club member will like. Something good might happen with whoever likes your poem the most. Ooh, cage, hopeless, flying, fun, infallible, summer, whistle, shame, mouse, massacre. I'm between massacre and hopeless. Let's go massacre. atone, misfortune, charm, effusion, special, sing, excitement, vanilla, disarray, incongruent. Let's be excited about a massacre. Let's see how that messes up this game. Rose, play, climax, ambient, scars, eternity, poof, promise, childhood, vivacious, climax. That would be like really intense. I'm between scars, eternity, and climax. So happiness. Let's go climax, because I don't want her to be happy or excited for eternity. Desire, lazy, awesome, jumpy, frightening, misery, playground, star scrape, cheeks, parfait. So, frightening or misery? Misery? Breathe, memories, pout, depression, headphones, poop, candy, disoriented, vertigo, uncontrollable, depression, anger, bliss, melody, twirl, family, email, vacation, marshmallow, hope, sleep. So we're gonna get whichever girl is the most psychotic. That's my mission. Anger, bliss, melody. Anger, I guess? Or flee. Anger. Chocolate, papa, whirlwind, fluffy, daydream, bouncy, calm, lipstick, shopping, vibrant, whirlwind, sweet, tears, kitty, forgive, unending, ribbon, embrace, party, tragedy, pain. Tears or tragedy? Tragedy? Disown, giggle, lust, sparkle, sticky, journey, sensation, infinite, romance, extraordinary, disown, uncanny, melancholy, grief, silly, graveyard, love, nature, afterimage, determination, bed. Graveyard, or grief, or melancholy. They're all so good. I just heard screaming at my house. I'm sure they're fine. Graveyard. Covet. Fickle. Rain cloud. Unrequited. Rainbow. Bunny. Cute. Treasure. Extreme. Fear. Let's go extreme. Pleasure. Smile. Dance. Clouds. Vivid. Together. Aura. Dark. Philosophy. Sunny. Dark. Heart, milk, forever, fireworks, passion, dazzle, entropy, jump, prayer, broken. I'm between passion, prayer, broken, and fireworks. Because there's so many ways you could take all of that. Let's go broken. Wonderful, defeat, comfort, nibble, contamination, analysis, crimson, death, dreamy, clumsy. There's so many good ones. Which do I pick? Defeat is pretty good. Contamination is super good. Death is also just as good. I'm between contamination and death. Because what the heck does contamination mean? Like, what would that mean for the rest of the game? And then death is like, well, I mean, that would get people killed. I'm between these two for sure. Contamination, let's go. I'm curious. Secretive, essence, pure, warm, games. Kawaii. Wait, kawaii? Yeah, kawaii. Like the Yakuza game. Intellectual. Joy. Anime. Tenacious. Like I put all these horrific words together and then at the very end, anime. Alright, let's see here. Tenacious D. Yakuza Koibi. Which of these is messed up though? Because I don't think any of these are really like secretive. Cheer, existence, portrait, bubble, raindrops, hurt, socks, question, waterfall, unrestrained, horror, heaven sent, imagination, cry, heartbeat, beauty, time, happiness, fancy, anxiety. Ooh boy, I like anxiety, I like heartbeat, I like cry, I like heaven sent, I like horror. Let's go anxiety. Inferno! Strawberry, swimsuit, puppy, color, empty! I like that one too. Peaceful, shiny, music, judgment. I'm between judgment, empty, and inferno. Inferno just sounds like desolation. Just like destroying everyone. Empty sounds like the void inside, and then judgment sounds like just murder. Yeah, I'm between empty and inferno, though. Between these three. So, inferno or empty? I guess we've talked about how much we wanted to destroy everyone already, so empty inside, let's go. Precious, Doki Doki, aha! Skirt, sugar, sadness, ooh. Blanket, pink. Unstable, variance, captive! Now this is the title of the game. Don't know what it means, so I feel like I should pick it. However, sadness, unstable, and captive are looking just delicious right now. Unstable. Skipping, sunset, agonizing, insight, lollipop, landscape, peace, amazing, marriage, lucky. This is like a no-brainer. Let's see what atrocity I did. Monica, you ready for my wonderful poem where I talk about the existential dread of my life? Big cry. Guess what my name means? Hi again, big cry. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Ha 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 ha. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but at least I kept my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. Plot twist, I'm the killer. None of the other ones are. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, big cry. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you, making you dive head first into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on, like he deserves any slack. So you already told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year, and last year too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what, but if you don't take it seriously, then we won't see the end of it. Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and Manga's swiftly defeated. Natsuki, the guy that, or girl, I won't, you know, the person that wrote this must just be the biggest of the leads. I'm just saying. Not judging, just saying. All are welcome here, but just saying. The amount of times both anime and manga are referenced is astonishing. For a game that is kind of both. Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back in her seat. Don't worry, guys. Big Cry always gives his best as long as he's having fun! Oh, supervillain time. That'll be a fun way to play this. He helps me with busy work without me even asking. And how did they describe me again? As like a really nice guy? And then I put out this like tortured poem that like makes everyone quiver. Like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. More like despicable. Sayori, that's because your room is so messy it's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once. This pyromaniac, I can guarantee, did it on purpose. Is that so? You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous. How come you and Big Cry can become good friends too? Sayori? As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into. Oh! Yuri even brought you sign today, you know. Wait, Sayori. Me? No, not really. Don't be shy. It's really nothing. It's just a casket to put you in. What is it? Never mind. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do? I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking. I guess that means it's up to me to rescue this situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. I do not trust this image! It's coming right now, isn't it? So, any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy and no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, I won't make a big deal if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. I thought it was a heart for a split second right there out of the corner of my eye when I was reading the text. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you, I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Catherine called itself a romantic horror? Is this gonna be a romantic horror? Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. Gee, thanks. I look forward to hearing what you think. I think my character's a sociopath. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. Monica's the one that kicks off the bucket, doesn't she? But that doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monica are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet like a rat, looking for cheese. Star Wars fade. I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more, but at the same time I'd feel bad for distracting her from reading. I catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. It looks like the same book she lent me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. Ah, crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me and our eyes meet for a split second. But that only makes her hide her face deeper into her book. Sorry, I was just spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable. Oh, it's fine. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. But I'm just rereading a bit of this, so... That's the book you gave me, right? I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason. Just curious how come you have two copies of the same book. Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday. That's not what I meant. I mean, I just happened to buy two of them. I see. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decided to let go. I'll definitely start reading it soon. I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. Kinda like this game. It's a very engaging and relatable story. Is that so? What's it about anyways? Well, death! Yuri closes the book and scans her eyes over the back. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover. Me likey. Alright. I just wanted to make a big gassy fart to intimidate the women. I don't accidentally give anything away. Basically, it's about this girl in high school who moves in with her long-lost younger sister. But as soon as she does so, her life gets really strange. Just like this game, you may say? She gets targeted by these people who escaped from a human experiment prison. Oh! And while her life is in danger, she needs to desperately choose who to trust. Just like me, trying to choose which of the girls to, date. Or more like, try not to get killed by. No matter what she does, she ends up destroying most of her relationships and her life starts to fall apart. That's kind of dark, isn't it? Yuri made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came out of nowhere. Yuri gently giggles all of a sudden. Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, big guy? No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kinds of stories, so don't worry. I hope so. Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri is into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that those kinds of stories, they challenge you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil. Oh no. But because they have their own goals, their own philosophy that they believe in. I don't like where this is going. Then suddenly, you thought you related to the protagonist. Uh-oh. They're made out to be the naive one for letting their one-sided morals interfere with the villain's plans. Uh-oh! I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. I hadn't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should at least let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. So I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much. I really don't think you need to worry. I mean, it just means that you're passionate about reading. It's the least I could do. It's a literature club after all. That's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading that. You don't have to... what are you saying? Freaky girl needs to go bye-bye now. Just a moment ago, you said you were looking forward to it. Let me just get the freaking book. Let me get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I put into my bag. Alright, it's fine if I just sit here, right? Oh look, the book has changed into an ominous Lynchian novel. I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Yeah. Are you sure? You seem a little apprehensive. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to. That is reading in company with someone. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. Alright. I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri meant about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing, maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead. Sorry, I was just... Yuri, you really apologize a lot, don't you? I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry, I mean... Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book more between the two of them. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we lean a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. Ooh, shoulder contact. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that makes it kind of difficult to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way I turn a page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're holding closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face, and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? To turn the page. Sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second there. I glanced over at Yuri's face again, and her eyes moved. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. That's okay. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. It's probably the least I can do, since you've been so patient with me. Yeah, thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she's finished the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. The sensuality of reading words, kind of like what I'm doing. My thumb gently lets go of the page, letting it flutter over to her as she slides and catches it under her own thumb. Hey, Yuri. This might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. You think so? How does she? Well, I guess she's more blunt in a lot of ways. But she also second-guesses all of the things that she says and does. Like she's afraid she'll do something wrong. It's not like I can see inside your head or anything, like I'm writing this script, but they're kind of reminiscent of some of your mannerisms. I see. When is the freaky stuff gonna happen? I'm sick of this. Yuri remains silent for a moment, but big cry. That's probably a terrible thing to have in common with her. That's so embarrassing that you just said that. Wait, I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything. Sorry, I just didn't know that you were self-conscious about that sort of thing. I guess I meant more like it was kind of cute. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Okay, everyone. I think it's about time we shared today's poems with each other. Here we go. We might not have enough time if we wait too long. Yuri exhales, spared from finishing her thought. Is that alright, Yuri? You look kind of down. I'm sorry if you hadn't been looking forward to this. It's not. It's fine. Yuri releases her hand from the book, causing it to close on top of my thumb. Alright. I guess I'll do some more reading tonight. Or would you prefer I only read it with you? I guess I don't have too much of a preference either way. In that case, I'll read a little more tonight. It'll be more fun to read with you after it picks up a little bit, you know? That's good reasoning. In that case, feel free to finish the first 2 chapters on your own. Would you like that? Would you like to look at my first 2 chapters? Alright! I stand up awkwardly. I make a mental breakdown note of where I left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before, so I started making, like, notes about, like, you know, pagan mythology. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? Mine's about the Manson murders. I can't wait! Sayori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Oh, here we go, baby! Well, what do you guys think? I guess I have to make the decisions myself. Well, definitely should save here. Now it's gonna scare the absolute just heavens out of me. I know it. Well, Yuri is into really dark stuff, right? Like the really messed up stuff. So let's start with her! Yuri seems the most experienced, so I should start with her. I can trust her opinion to be fair. That was not a slap, that was a slide. Trust me. As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten. She's like, exceptional. Oh, I find myself needy for some men to dominate with the blade of my knife as well. Oh, I love cult sacrifices. I love how you've captured the essence of murder and power. It makes me feel so alive and horny. Exceptional. What was that? Huh? Did I say that out loud? Yuri first covers her mouth, but ends up covering her whole face. Then her face melts off, like in Poltergeist. He's going to hate me. You really didn't do anything wrong, Yuri. Yeah, I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Yuri takes a breath. So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imagery and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before. Oh, you mean metaphors like death, anxiety, depression, cult sacrifices, eternal happiness? You mean like those kind of metaphors? Really? Wow, that's a huge compliment coming from you. This is actually my first time, really. Huh? Yuri stares at me blankly. Then looks at my poem again. Well, I know that. I just meant... Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her finger along the words of my poem, as if breaking it down more thoroughly. Yeah, okay. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new risers, and I have been thorough that myself. I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and then they form-fit the two together. The end result is both the style and expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them, but building them. And getting to work together is just probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased, though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry, it's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing for herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Pain, pain, suffering, death! That's her poem. Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her, which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't that supposed to be a literature club? Or this, alright. Ghosts under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow, bathing. It must be this one. The light remaining street light to have withstood the test of time. The last get to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe. Calms breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. I flicker back! Alright. That sucked! I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. Yeah, I really couldn't read it very well. What? I wasn't thinking about that at all. I was totally thinking about that. But it took you such a long time to read. It did. Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. Huh? That's a relief. Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you liked it. I'll be honest, since our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Big Cry. Really? I must have totally missed the point. It's metaphors, you dingus! Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. That is true. I do put, like, a lot of stuff that, like, I've lived through in my stories. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in her last remaining piece of comfort, unable to let go of the past. Whenever I read, like, stories read in first person, written by someone else I know, I kind of imagine that it's the writer talking about themselves, so I kind of imagine it from, like, that writer's point of view. Like, they're the main character, like it's a insert of the author into their own story. Which I know most people have mixed feelings on, but I actually like those. And soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive. Eh? It's nothing, really. Yours was impressive too, so nah. If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you. You think so? Yeah, of course. You know, I was really nervous about doing all this, but in the end I enjoyed it. I'm going to keep doing my best for you, Big Cry. Me too. When does the freaky stuff happen? Monica, Natsuki, Sayora. Let's do Monica. No, that came out wrong. Hi, Big Cry. Having a good time so far? Yeah, good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyways, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Big Cry. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past today. Soon. Blech. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem. Great job, Big Cry. I was going, ooh, in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm begging for help! It's so metaphorical. This is not a metaphor! The metaphors are so good. This is not using literature language. It uses so much literature language. I love it so much. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. This is really shallow! I'm a shallow person! It's not deep at all! I guess I underestimated you. It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way it always counts when I put in some effort. That's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyways. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Unlike Sayori, who likes using simple and direct words to describe happiness and sadness. Yuri likes it when readers are left to derive their own meaning out of it. It's very challenging to write like that effectively, both allowing people to get something out of it just by feel, or letting them deeply analyze all of the nuances. It can take years of practice, which I'm assuming Yuri has at this point. I never really asked, though. I'm sure I'm nowhere near her level yet. Don't worry so much about that. You do your own thing. Just keep exploring and trying to learn new things. I'm sure you'll end up trying a lot of different things. You will. You will. It could take a lot of practice and a while before I feel completely comfortable doing this, and that's okay! I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little bit biased towards their kinds of styles, but I'll always help you find what suits you the most, so don't force yourself to write the way everyone wants you to write. It's not like you to have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyways, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole in the Wall! I love that show on Nickelodeon, where you try to fit through the little, silhouettes in the wall. And if you don't, you get knocked into the water. Alright. It couldn't have been my. It's gotta be my. See the direction the sparkle protrudes. A noisy neighbor, an angry boyfriend. I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No! I can't see. I reel blind, like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retina's already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out, and he on the other side was looking in. Huh. So, what'd you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have put an emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure I know how to put this. I guess it was I got kicked into like a meteor hole, which gave me superpowers, and then I kept falling, and I realized that it wasn't a meteor hole I had fallen into, but a black hole, and I was falling for like forever, and I never escaped. I actually died, so I don't know how you're actually talking to me right now, because I'm actually just a corpse, but I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a lot. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better finding friends with each other. Anyways, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Trademarked. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you tried so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen on the spot for too long, you'll get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Alright, I'm gonna save here. Yee. So wait, who's gonna react negatively? Because I want to save that person for last. Probably Sayori, right? I don't know. Big Cry, if you're not going to take this club seriously, then you should just go home. What? Harsh. What, you expect me to believe that you actually put effort into this? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not a writer. Maybe it's not very good, but yeah, I did put effort in. Well, we all start somewhere, right? If you're still proud of the first poem you ever wrote, then I'd like to read it. Painful to think about. Fine. Oh, sorry. You'll get better anyways. I'll tell you what to improve, but you're better off just trying again. Fair enough. Well, to each their own, I guess. Anyways, I gotta share mine now. Knowing you, you'll probably think it's stupid. It is stupid. I think very much so. I love the stupid music. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek. Cheetahs can run. Eagles can fly. People can try. But that's about it. Yeah, I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I like it. What? Just be honest. I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it? Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously. But isn't that the point of poems, for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid. Yes, exactly. I like it when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem, seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. That's what it meant? So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. I didn't understand. But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end and then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized. That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned sign. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, I guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuka is feeling proud, then I won't take it away from her. So wait, she didn't even look at mine? So I do gotta read all of them. Cool. I thought one of them would interrupt me, but it might be this lady. For everything to go dark mode, I feel like we have to be coming up on it. This is a good poem, Big Cry, so they all like it. Are you sure it's your first time? Of course. It's not that good. Am I the kind of guy that would be writing poems in his spare time? I guess you're right, but that's why it impressed me. Well, to be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't do it seriously, or that you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy that you just wrote one. It reminds me of how you're really a part of the club now. Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise. See? It's like I said before, Big Cry. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people. That's something that only really good people do. Thanks, Sayori. I'm not really sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motive here. Then again, can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined, knowing how much this means to her and all. Yeah, and I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That will be my way of thanking you. Alright, I'm gonna hold you to that then. Yay! Now you'll read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this. We'll see about that. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you miss me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky's blue, it's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever, but I'm not mad. I want breakfast. Okay, Sayori. This is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this? No, just a little bit. You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question. I forgot to do it last night. Well, at least that makes me feel a little better about myself. Don't be mean. I still tried my best. Ah, yes. Didn't mean to say that was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put it? It just sounds like you. Really? Yeah. Especially that last line. I want breakfast. I made eggs and toast! Even though you were late to school? It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky. Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyways, thanks for showing me. This was so much fun. Monica's the best. Yeah, but next time I won't forget, and I'm gonna write the best poem ever. Well, I guess I look forward to it. Phew. I'll save here. I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. That was a little bit more stressful than I had anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club, after all. I sigh. I guess that's why I ended up getting into. Across the room, Sayori and Monica are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language? Eh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to her desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy. Thanks? Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all. Well, I do have a couple of suggestions. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it, and Big Cry did too. So based on that, I gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me, I appreciate the offer, but I've spent long enough establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless, of course, I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. And Big Cry liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh no! Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. Eh? That's not what you're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Big Cry appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours. Huh? And how do you know that he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the one who's magically grew a size bigger as soon as Big Cry started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you! I don't like fighting, guys. Suddenly, both girls turn towards me, as if they just noticed I was staying there. Big Cry. She's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true! She started it! If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader and force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Big Cry. Wait, there's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning to the most effective. Avoiding them is not only unnecessary limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Big Cry? How'd I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing. But whoever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. So, of course, that's going to be... So, here's my problem. A, I don't remember names. B, pink-haired lady might be the one that goes, So, I'm worried about that. C, I don't know what happens in this game. But D, I agree with the purple-haired lady. So I really don't know what to pick because everything conflicts each other. So help me. Natsuki. Natsuki glares at me, drying up any words I had in my mouth. So instead I turn to Yuri. Yuri. But Yuri's expression is so defenseless that I can't bring myself to say anything to her. Sayori! Eh? Yeah. Everyone's fighting and is making Sayori uncomfortable. How can the two of you keep fighting when you know you're making your friend feel like this? Big Cry. Well, that's her problem. This isn't about her. I agree. It's unfair for others to interject their own feelings into our conflict. Yeah, unless Sayori wants to tell Yuri what a stuck-up jerk she's being. She would never! It's your immaturity that's made her upset in the first place. Excuse me? Are you listening to yourself? This is exactly why nobody likes... Stop! Natsuki, Yuri, you guys are my friends. I just want everyone to get along and be happy. My friends are wonderful people, and I love them because of their differences. Natsuki's poems, they're amazing because they give you so many feelings with just a few words. And Yuri's poems are amazing because they paint beautiful pictures in your head. Everyone's so talented, so why are we fighting? Because, well, also, Natsuki's cute and there's nothing wrong with that. And Yuri's boobs are just the same as they've always were, big and beautiful. Sayori stands triumphantly. Monika stands behind her with bewildered expression. All make some tea. Yuri rushes off. Natsuki sits down with a blank expression on her face, staring at nothing. So this is why Sayori is vice president. I whisper to Monika. She nods in return. To be honest, I might come off as a good leader, and I can organize things. Did I accidentally get the good ending where nothing weird happens? But I'm not very good with people. I couldn't even bring myself to interject. As president, that's kind of embarrassing of me. Nah. It's not like I can blame you. I wasn't able to say anything either. Well, I guess that just means Sayori is amazing in her own ways, isn't she? You could say that. She might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly what she's doing. I see. Take good care of her, okay? I would hate to see her get herself hurt. That makes two of us. You can count on me. Monika smiles sweetly at me, causing my stomach to knot. Such a genuine person really does make such a good person, regardless of what she says. If only I could get the chance to talk to her a little more. Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How'd you all feel about sharing poems? It was a lot of fun. Well, I'd say it was worth it. It was alright, well, mostly. Big Cry, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk with everyone. Awesome. Well, in that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you learn something with your friends, too. So your poems will turn out even better. I think to myself, I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone liked. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination. Big Cry, ready to walk home? Sure, let's go. Hee. Sayori beams at me. It truly has been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. I can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Seriously, what the heck? When do things get weird? Sayori, about what happened earlier. Eh, what do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki, does that kind of thing happen often? No. That really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you? No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they're good friends with you. Phew. You know, Big Cry, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone really likes you too. That's every day is going to be so much fun. Sigh. It looks like Sayori still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really need to stop there? We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Why aren't things getting weird? Friends, heartbeat, fickle, flee, childhood, laugh, equivalent, tenacious, portrait, lucky. Friends. Unending. Plus. Melancholy. I thought that said poop. Prayer. Disaster. Massacre. Graveyard. Horror. Heaven sent. Suicide! Shame. Suicide together. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Now it's like real high school. Oh. Disoriented. Oh, I should have done unstable again. Hopeless. Contamination. Inferno. Electricity could go really bad. Happiness. Uncontrollable. Despise. Uncontrollable. Atone. Grief. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. So how long am I gonna have to go in the first episode in order to end it when things get crazy? Because that's what my original plan was, but maybe it'll be crazy long into the game, just to keep you truly unalarmed. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past few days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Hi Big Cry, yo Sayori. Looks like you've got a good mood today. I'm just not used to you being in the club, that's all. I see. That's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. I guess it's always a simple thing with you anyways. Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me and buy a snack? No thanks. Eh? That's not like you at all. I have my reasons. Why don't you take a look at your purse, Sayori? Eh? But why that all of a sudden? No reason really. I just wanted to look at it. Ah. Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets the contents spill onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out. Ah, I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori. That's not fair. How would you even know? It's simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you would have bought a snack before coming into the club room. So either you're not hungry and wanted an excuse to take a walk, or you plan to conveniently forget that you'd spent all your money so I would lend you some. But there's one more thing. You're always hungry. And so that only leaves you with one option. Ah, I give up. Don't make me feel guilty. If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. Ah ha ha ha. Yuri suddenly giggles. Eh? I didn't notice that she was listening in. Her face is in her book as always. I wasn't listening or anything. It was just signing in my book. Yuri, tell Big Fry to let me borrow some money. Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. Ah, I didn't mean that. I got too absorbed in my book. I really like it when you speak your mind, Yuri. Doesn't happen much, but it's fun side of you. There's no way you could think that. You were right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the retribution. Revolution! That. Still, coming from you, Sayori, I guess there's a little devil inside of all of us, isn't there? Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me into the club before she even told you. But you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes, so I had to sue me into making them. Come on, give me more credit than that, Sayori. Plop. Child abuse. Kia. Out of nowhere, someone smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk. Then she gets assaulted. What was that? Eh? A cookie assault. Sure enough, it was a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around. Is this a miracle? A child abuse miracle? It's because I paid my retribution. Actually, this one almost worked. I was just gonna give it to you, but then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. It was totally worth seeing your reaction, though. Natsuki, that's so nice of you. I'm so happy. Sayori hugs the cookie. She is gonna just mess some crap up, isn't she? Stuff is about to go down. I really hope so, and I feel like it is. Jeez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite. It's so good. Sayori claps her hands and she bites her tongue. You're going through a lot over just one cookie. Sayori takes a bite out of her own cookie. Yours looks so good too, Natsuki. Can I try it? Jeez, beggars can't be choosers. But yours is chocolate. Yeah, well, why do you think I gave you that one, you stupid idiot? Fine. Still, I'm really happy to cut off my own hand in purchase of that chocolate chip cookie that you shared this one with me. Sayori gets out of her seat and hangs herself, and goes behind Natsuki and wraps her arms around her. Jeez, this is really sensual. I get it. Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up her skirt to nudge Sayori off of her. Oh! Sayori suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's neck. Cookie. Hey! Did you seriously just do that? Mouthful, Sayori Naruto runs away to safety. Yuri and I laugh as well. Jeez, you're such a kid sometimes. Monika, can you tell Sayori Natsuka glances around. Monika isn't in the clubroom. Where's Monika anyways? Good question. Have any of you heard about her being late today? Not me. Yeah, well, I hadn't either. Well, that's a bit unusual. I hope she's okay. Yeah, of course she's okay. She probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all, eh? You don't think that she has a... I wouldn't be super surprised. She probably is more desirable than all of us combined. That's true. Excuse me. Suddenly, the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. There you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything, eh? Monika chose the club over boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed. Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monika quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What held you up anyways? Well, my last period today was study hall, and then I had a period, so I had to go to the bathroom. To be honest, I kind of lost track of time. That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring, at least. I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? There isn't a piano in this school, you friggin' idiot. Yes, there is. It's on the ceiling. We're in a David Lynch film. I told you. I wasn't aware that you played music as well, Monika. I don't really. I kind of just started recently. I always wanted to learn piano. That's so cool. You should play it for us sometime, Monika. Monika looks at me and then munches on my lips, ripping them off like a zombie. Or a character in a romance movie that doesn't know how to kiss, so it looks like they're just eating their faces off. Maybe once I get a better... I will. Yay! That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down. Big cry. Monika smiled sweetly. I didn't mean to add any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently, and I'd really love the chance to share once I'm ready. I see. In that case, best of luck, thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I? No, not really. I chose to leave once Sayori's mischief ended. I'm sure Natsuri will end up complaining to her anyways. It looks like everyone has already settled down. Sayori somehow already finished her entire cookie. Yuri is back on her book, and Natsuri disappeared into the closet. She keeps disappearing into the closet. I don't like it. Hey, Yuri. Hey. I suddenly noticed that Yuri is reading a different book from the one we've been reading together. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Oh, no. I was just kind of waiting for you. If that's the case, why don't we just go ahead and get started? Yes, let's. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I just drink scotch? Thanks very much. If there's one thing that's made my mind better, it's just chugging scotch. Not to mention for yourself as well. Let's do some, illegal drinking. I spat all over the laptop, and it was brown. I pressed forward on accident. I forgot I have a touch screen. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches herself an electric kettle. I did this! She's gonna electrocute herself to death, I know it. I'm not going to plug this in at the teacher's desk. I'm gonna plug it in the bathtub and electrocute myself, and then we'll go get some more. Yeah, I know this is happening. This is totally happening. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms, especially because of her long legs. Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. Yeah, why not? Shall we go then? Yeah. Where are you two off to, eh? Yuri was going to make some tea, so I suddenly realized how weird it sounds to explain this to Monica. We're just filling the water pitcher. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just a bit curious. That's kind of a one-person job, isn't it? That's Monica. Please mind your own business for once, you stupid skank. Or do you mind telling me if there's something wrong with helping involve Big Cry into the big water pitcher in club activities? Eh? Ah, my mouth gapes. I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. Then let's go, Big Cry. Ah, Yuri quickly exits the room and I follow. Once in the hallway, she suddenly puts her forehead against the wall and then bashes her head through like Anton Yelchin in The Beaver. I spoke without thinking. How could I say something like that? Yuri, I just. Something about the way she said that. It made me feel so irritated. What's wrong with me? No, Yuri. I think that you did the right thing. I wasn't expecting it, but it's also not right for Monica to judge other people like that. Big Cry, how come even when I totally when you that you could almost that you could do anything? Needs to cool down. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri parts her lips. Again, Yuri nods. Huh? Even your close friends? Yuri doesn't respond to that. I wonder why. Anyway, do you want to share the poem you wrote today? Yeah, I do. It is with you. The raccoon. It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing head for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scattering of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my stomach tendencies as an intimate human being. I gave the raccoon piece from me a head, my subconscious well aware of the consequences, well aware that raccoon fed to me would always come back for mankind. The enticing beauty of my cutting knife in the stomach, the head, my hungry insanity, the raccoon enraged. The moon incinerates its phrase and reflects that much back onto me and my cutting knife. The very same light that glistens off the eyes of my dead raccoon friend. I slice the head, fresh and soft. The raccoon becomes excited. Or perhaps I'm really projecting my emotions on the squishy, satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken a following to me. You could say that we've gotten quite used to each other. The raccoon makes me hungry, and more frequently so my head is always handy. Every time I brush my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood, classic, following conditioning. I slice the head, and I feed myself again. I was a little more daring with this one than yesterday. I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical. I don't know if it's my fault, but I can begin to imagine what this poem's about. That's right. It's a little bit closer to my preferred writing style, using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them. Yeah, if I take it at face value, that I can't even figure out what it's supposed to mean. Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in their own way. I want to express the way it feels for me to indulge in my more unusual hobbies. It's those sorts of things I usually am forced to keep myself, so I sometimes enjoy writing about them. Why do you keep them to yourself? Because they're embarrassing. People would make fun of me. Don't you have anything like that, big guy? Well, yeah, I guess I do. I guess everyone uses something like that. The best we can do is respect each other in our minds. Even if it's difficult sometimes and that makes us uncomfortable. After all, if I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I would probably hate myself. I might be ranting a little bit now, but I'm glad that you're a good listener. You're good at a lot of things, writing, listening. There really aren't many people like you, Big Cry. That's exaggerating a little bit. It's just how I feel. I never thought I would feel so comfortable sharing my writing, but now I feel almost like I look forward to it. It's just a really nice feeling. And you're to thank for that. It's nothing, really. Yuri smiles sincerely at me. For a moment, her timidness seems to disappear. Oh my goodness, this is so good. I love it. No, but really. Can I? Well, I'm sure that's part of it. Eh? It's not just a poem. It's a big cry poem, and that's what makes it extra special. Like I can put your feelings in. Sayori hugs the sheet against her chest. You're so weird, Sayori. But that's why I go by the judge of my heart. It makes me feel things. That must be a good poem. Not sure that's exactly how it works, but that guy, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of this whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I didn't even know what kind of writing you like in this in the first place. Yeah, me neither. Ugh. Why don't you at least try giving it some thought? Oh, you want to write something for me? That's so sweet, yeah. Bet you're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself once in a while. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt at some point. Eh? Wow. I don't know what you mean, but I'll try to keep it in mind. Anyways, let's see. Well, whatever. I guess I like happy poems? Wait, sometimes I like sad poems too. Sometimes a bit of both. There's a word for that, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Bittersweet. Yeah, I like when things are happy and sad. Happy and sad. I can't wait to see you liking sad, Sayori. Wow, I like the happy the most. But sometimes you have to have a little rain cloud in your head, a sad poem to give you the rain cloud a little hug and make a nice happy rainbow. Sayori, that's unexpectedly poetic, eh? Is it? Maybe I'm being better at expressing my feelings a little more. Thanks, Big Cry. I'm gonna write that down now. Puddles. I pop off my scalp. Is that what that says? Yep, I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine, all rubbing together like a bundle of kids. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. Came from inside the scalp of her head? It's warm and tingly, but there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle and keep it safe. And I put the bottle on the shelf with all the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts and bottles all in a row. Happy thoughts, 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 happy thoughts in my head. My collection makes lots of friends. Each bottle a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friends feel a certain way. Down a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies, digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow off the dust of my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally all done, I open up and come in, and in come my friends. And they come, such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pulled them from the shelf, and one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, 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 and shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be my friends. My friends. My friends. My friends. My friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something, but all I hear is an echo. 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 Inside my head. Holy crap! Sayori, did you really write this? Of course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever? Yeah, but, I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you. Monika taught me a whole lot, and I've been really in touch with my feelings recently. I see that. It's also kind of creepy. Creepy? Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm just so used to you being cheerful. You don't find it creepy that she's tearing off scalps? Well, never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. The point is it came out good, so you should just be proud of it. Ah, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic. You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up. Yeah! Writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die. Ah ha 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 ha. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Sayori's always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more or less than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those things, but seeing the passion in her eyes makes it so hard for me to be pessimistic. Hey, Monika. Hi again, Big Cry. How's the writing going? Alright, I guess. I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad, I'm happy to see you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. I wouldn't count on that. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for me today? Sure, here we go. Give my poem to Monika. Alright, this one's good. Feels like you're not only getting more comfortable with your style, but the imagery is better than the last one I read. Really? Just wondering, but have you been finding inspiration in Yuri's writing style? I guess so. You can't deny that she's talented. Yeah, totally. I think her poems are the most romantic. Really? That's the best way to describe it. She's like a totally different person when she picks up a pen. I've noticed that too. But when she's talking about literature, it's like a light turns on inside her. Sadly, it's hard to get much personal conversation out of her. Trust me, I've tried. Who knows what goes on inside that head of hers? I hope you don't mean that in a bad way. No, of course not. It just means that I wish she didn't keep so much to herself. But still, defending her like that, you must be pretty into her. Eh? You completely misunderstand. Calm down, I'm only kidding. Besides, I'm pretty sure she's already got a boyfriend. Wait, really? Yeah, a fictional one anyways. Monika kind of whispers the last part to me. It's just a hunch, but, well, there's not really anything wrong with that. Oh, well, I know. I was just saying. But anyways, you want to read my poetry now? I like the way this one turned out. I hope you do too. Yeah, okay, let's take a look. Save me! That's not messed up at all. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors, flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. I don't know that word, obviously. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating, waveform, speaking, screeching, piercing. Sine, cosine, tangent, like playing a chalkboard or a turntable, like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust, an endless poem of meaningless. Then there's a ton of empty space at the bottom, which is the endless poem of meanness. It's even more abstract than your last one, huh? I guess it's just the way I write. It's not like a cry for help or begging to be saved or anything. I'm sorry if you didn't like it. No, I never said that. It's just a kind of thing I've never really seen before, I guess. I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines really short made it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise. I see. It's still hard for me to tell what it's about, though. Ha 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 ha. Sometimes asking what a poem is about is the right question. A poem can be abstract as a physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyways, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. Whenever that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind, or when something unexpected might happen. Wait, is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? Ah! That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Well, I can admit that it's better than the last one. It's nice to see that you put in some effort. That's good. But I still don't like this at all. It's trying too hard to be serious. What do you mean by that? Poems don't need to be all deep sounding to express something. It's going to sound like you're forcing it unless you really don't suck at it. Oh. Honestly, don't bother trying to write poems like this until you're on Yuri's level. Natsuki stops short all of a sudden. Don't tell me. You're not just trying to impress Yuri, are you? What are you talking about? And keep your voice down. You know Yuri would love this angsty. Just because she's a talented writer doesn't mean, looks like I'm in trouble. I somehow struck a nerve, though what I did is beyond me. I am so done with you. Natsuki shoves the poem I handed her back over to me. Take your stupid poem. If you wrote it for someone else, just don't show it to me. Ouch. That's what I get for letting a younger girl step into my business. Unless I was a mind reader. Wait, I thought he just said he didn't judge anyone based on their age. Unless I was a mind reader, I was destined to be in a world of pain from the start. At least Natsuki wasn't really the girl I was trying to impress in the first place. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room, I'll say. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Ugh, do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put together anything in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? You don't need much more than a few decorations. Sayori's been working on posters, and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the event. Okay, that's great and all, but it doesn't tell us what we'll actually be doing during that. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you would have heard it already today. We're going to be performing Monica. We're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us is going to choose a poem to recite during the event, but the cool part is we're also not going to let anyone come up with the poems and recite them themselves too. Sayori's putting it all on the posters in case anyone wants to be prepared ahead of time. Sayori, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see. Are you kidding me, Monica? You didn't come up with these posters already, did you? Well, did you really think it's that bad of an idea? Well, no, it's not a bad idea. I just need to sign up for this, you know? There's no way I'm going to be performing in front of a group of people like that. I agree with Natsuki. I could never in my life do something like this. Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear. Guys, no, Sayori, I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. It's a lot asking them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of people. I guess I kind of overlooked that, so I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We're the only ones responsible for this job. If we start the event and each put on a good performance, then we'll inspire others to do the same. And then the more people who perform, the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about. Yeah, it's about expressing your feelings, being intimate with yourself, finding new presents, and having fun. That's right, it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Don't you want to share it with others to inspire them that same feeling that you brought here in the first place? I know you do, I know we all do, and if that takes is standing up in the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it. Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayori looks worried. I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Mark have really been trying hard to get new members. The least we can do is help them out a little bit. Well, maybe, but it looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left. Okay, fine. I guess we'll just have to get it over with. Alright, phew. Thanks, Nosaki. What about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else's expectant faces. Sigh, I guess I don't really have a choice. Aha, that's everyone. You're the best, Yuri. This club is seriously going to be the death of me. She's gonna die, isn't she? Oh gosh! You'll be fine, Yuri. But anyways, let's move on to the main event. I wanted each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of other people. No way, Monica. It's too silent. Well, you can't recite your poem in front of the club. How are you expect to do it in front of strangers? Oh no. Don't worry, I'll start off to help everyone feel a little bit more comfortable. Can I go next? Ah, of course. Now let's see. Monica flips through the notebook to the specific poem she has in mind for herself. She then stands behind the podium. The title of the poem is The Way They Fly. Ahem. Monica begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind every line she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or should be simply natural? I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monica. Sayori looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face I don't understand. Finally, Monica finishes her thingy. The four of us applaud. Monica takes a breath and smiles. That was so good, Monica. Ah, thank you so much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Yuri? I'll go next. Wow, Yuri's all fired up all of a sudden. Yuri clutches a sheet of paper behind her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called Yuri anxiously glances at each of us. You can do it, Yuri. It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye. I could have used After Image and Crimson. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happens when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quivering words transform into the sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns as its structure, and she enunciates with perfect timing. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly she's finished. Everyone is stunned. Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her as if she bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save the situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterwards, and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were just so caught off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rips back into her seat. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. It's like Yuri's down for the count. Okay, I guess that means I'm next. So Yuri hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium. This one's called Mine. Ah, sorry, I giggled. I didn't mean to quote Hitler. Heh, Sayori, it's a lot harder than I thought to quote Mein Kampf. How did you guys do it so easily? Try not to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to your entire, clan of people. Imagine you're announcing it to, all the child soldiers that you've recruited for the entire country of Germany, like Hitler's youth, or in front of a mirror, or to bring back Germany from the destruction of World War I, like you're gonna win World War II, or just in your head. It's your poem, so it'll come out the best way like that. I see. Well then she starts speaking in fluid German, and it starts making everyone get chills and get really disturbed. Somehow it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. The poem is aimlessly cheery like Sierra is. It's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this poem on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it. But hearing it come from Seora's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori meant when she said she likes my poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud. I did it. Good job, Sayori. Ehehehehe. Even Big Cry liked it. I guess that's a good sign. What does that even mean? It came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't quite work as well with that kind of delivery. I don't really understand. In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. They might need a little more force behind them, depending on what you're reading. Oh, I know what you mean. That's why I've been practicing that kind of sort of thing. It's just embarrassing to do in front of everyone. Then next time I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little bit more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know. Okay. Now who's next? Natsuki. Don't make me go before Big Pride. It's not like I can compare to you guys anyways. Might as well let Big Pride lower everyone's standards before I have to do it. Natsuki, it's fine. I might as well get it over with. But it's not like I have much of a selection of what to read. I'll just go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me and makes me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it. Despite that, once I finish, I receive applause anyways. They say anyways a lot. Sorry I'm not really as good as everyone else. Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that'll have to improve over time, though. Yeah, maybe. Alright then. That just leaves you, Natsuki. Yeah, I'm going. Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium. The poem is called Eternal Suffering. Why are you all looking at me? Because you're presenting. Now the poem is called Jump. Why don't you go and jump and hang yourself? Natsuki takes a breath and ties a noose around her neck. Once she starts reciting the poem, her soul attitude disappears a little. While she's a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken aloud. It feels like a Van Halen sound when they bounce up and down, giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes and everyone applauds. She huffs back to her seat. That wasn't so bad, was it? Easy for you to say. You better not make fun of me and make me do that again. Ah, well, do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people? I mean, doing it in front of other people will make it way easier. I can put on whatever face I want for other people, but when it's just my friends, it's just embarrassing. That's a nice surprise, you said. I think it would be the other way for me for sure. Well, that's just how it is, so, well, I guess in that case, you won't have to worry about the festival. That's it. I want to thank everyone for coming. It might be hard, but I don't think I have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you think about babies before the festival. I want to make pamphlets, so I don't have reading Dave. I would probably find some other poem to recite instead. It's fine. It doesn't have to be here. Alright, pleasantly surprised. I think I'm going insane while pretending to go insane. That you're putting in all this energy, effort for this club. It makes me show my panties. Ah, yeah, no problem. Everyone, I think it's about time to slit our wrists for the day. I know the festival is coming up where we do our midsummer cult sacrifice, but no, let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out for us really fast, so I'd like to continue that. For the festival, we'll continue playing tomorrow, and then we'll have to prepare for guest star appearance from the weekend, like in Uncut Gems, to prepare. Monday's the big day. I can't wait. I can do this. I can do this. Alright. I stand up. There's no way I'd be able to jump off this cliff with the same enthusiasm Sayori and Monica. Well, I'll give it my best shot to go through if it's for the sake of the club and impressing Monica. Then I have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori. Yeah, look at you two going home together like that. It's so hot, isn't it? Jeez guys, don't make it such a big deal. We're brother and sister. That's kind of incesty. It must have been kind of nice though, and really Greek and Shakespearean. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? It's okay, Big Cry. You don't have to say it. Whatever, let's go already. I walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only a few days, a lot of things have changed. What if the big prank is that nothing bad happens, like nothing messed up? And that's why they don't want me knowing anything going in. So it's just really boring and wasting my time. But today Sayori is a little quieter than usual on the way home. How long is this game? Hey Sayori, sorry I was spacing out. Oh, no wonder. I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get I would walk home with. Oh, is this Sayori? I totally missed. I would walk home with Yuri. I think she wants me to say this. Because this is what I'm pining for. I'll do this. Sayori, you really think I would ditch you for Yuri? Okay, good. I am talking to Sayori. Hey? But she's so beautiful and smart. Jeez. I already see her in the club every day. Besides, you always seem to like going home together. I wouldn't just ruin that for you. You're so silly, Big Cry. You think about me too much sometimes. Yuri would deserve it if she wanted it. Yeah, but you're gonna, like, kill yourself, so I'm worried about that. Sayori, I've already made up my mind. I really can't figure you out sometimes. Yeah. Sorry. Besides, what's the point in speculating something that's never going to happen? Conversation trails off. It's kind of a weird thing for Sayori to care about so much, but I want to respect her and keep her happy too. Then again, the festival is only a few days away, so who knows what will happen in that time. I love how I'm simultaneously picking the moral choices and then picking the most horrific, like, words in here. But I guess it doesn't really matter what I pick in here. Let's go happy this time and see how that changes things. Oh man, I'm the last one here again. Don't worry, I just walked in too. Were you just practicing piano again? Yeah, you must have a lot of determination to start playing piano when it's not determination. I guess it's passion. So remember that the club wouldn't be here if we're looking for you at all. I'm super happy that you're all willing to help me out here for the festival too. I can't wait for the festival. It's gonna be great. Weren't you competing about what it was like yesterday in Misuki? Yeah, well, I'm not talking about that again. I'm not talking about our part in the festival, but it's a whole day of school, what we're getting at, what we're going to play and eat, and all kinds of delicious food. You sound like Sayori all of a sudden. Monica, do you even have fried squid? Squid, that's a pretty specific thing to look forward to. Oh, come on, are you saying that you don't like squid? You of all people, I didn't say I don't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people? Because it's right in your name, Monica. Hey, that's not what the way you say my name. Well, that joke doesn't make no sense in translation. Never mind. Well, let's just go to our own event from now on. Well, fine. Your reactions aren't as much fun as Yuri's or Sayori's anyways. Excuse me, where's Sayori anyways? Oh, there you are. Sayori's sitting there, desk in the corner of the room, looking down at the void. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayori. I wave my hand in front of her face. Hey, you're spacing out again. Hee. Sorry, don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else, huh? Is everything alright? Of course, why wouldn't it be? It just feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things. Jeez, you worry too much about me. I really don't worry enough. I'm fine, see? You are not fine. Sayori shows off a big smile. Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone else. Well, alright, if you say so. I worriedly glanced at Sayori before turning backwards towards everyone else, but the conversation has already dispersed with everyone back at their usual activities. I should ask Aunt Monica if she's noticed anything about Sayori recently. Since they've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I timidly approach Monica, who is shuffling through the papers on her desk. Big Cry, what's up? This might sound a little strange, but have you noticed anything up with Sayori recently? Anything with her? In what way do you mean? Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seems a little downcast lately. Oh, you think so? I can't say I've noticed anything about her. Monica peers across the room at Sayori, who's idly dragging a rubber eraser up and down her desk. Maybe there is something on her mind, but I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, Big Cry. You certainly know her a lot better than I do. Yeah, but she's never really like this. She's always talked to me about things that bothered her, but this time when I asked her, she was really dismissive. Sorry, I know it's not your problem. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything, so I'll drop it now. No, it's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her, and I also care about the well-being of my club members, you know? Maybe I'll try talking to her myself. Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone. Are you sure? Maybe she just has a hard time bringing it up with the person of interest. Person of interest? What do you mean by that? I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, Big Cry. Me? How on earth would you come to that conclusion? Well, I probably shouldn't be saying too much, but Sayori talks about you more than anything else, you know? She's been so much happier since you joined the club. It's like an extra light turned on inside of her. What? No way. Sayori is always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. It's not any different now than it's always been. You're so funny, Big Cry. Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her as a cheerful because that's who she is when she's around you? I've said too much. I'm sorry. What do I know anyways? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you should just forget what I said. I'll try to talk to her, so I'll try not to think about it now. Alright. Monica smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already knew that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Monica stands up from her desk and walks across the room to where Sayori is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Sayori and gently talk to her, but she's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear anything from here. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Sayori told me not to worry about her and to have fun with everyone else, but that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much I care for her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much. Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary. But there's nothing I can do besides wait for Monica. Why does it feel like I'm being watched? I glance around the room. Suddenly I notice Yuri peering at me from over the book. Now things are starting to get interesting finally. But she looks away just as quickly with a flustered look on her face. I realize that she won't get anywhere like this. I never really seen Yuri approach anyone or start a conversation on her own accord, so I have no choice but to approach her myself. But now it's a little easier for me to do that. I stand up from my desk and sit on one near her. What are you doing, man? I didn't mean to bother you or anything. Relax. You didn't even do anything, but I could tell that you wanted to be alone with your thoughts. Alone with my thoughts? How were you even able to tell that I was thinking like that? Well, it's something that I do a lot, so it wasn't hard for me to spot based on your posture and expression. Not that I was staring or anything, I just didn't do anything creepy like that. In any case, I guess you were right. Sorry if I caused you any concern, don't apologize. Troubles are the only concern of those who willingly share in those concern. Of course, there are certainly those who find the most comfort in keeping up to themselves, but if you would prefer to share what's on your mind, then I would be glad to listen. It's really not that big of a deal. I was just feeling a little uneasy about Sayori. Yeah, she seems a little off today, but when I asked her about it, she didn't want to admit to me, so I can't help but wonder if something happened to her. Oh? That's quite romantic. Sorry. I didn't mean to say something stupid. It's not like that. I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Sayori and I have been friends for a long time, that's all. I see. Then perhaps it is unusual for her to be dismissive to you about her feelings. Oh, so she's in love with me, even though she's like my sister, I thought, but maybe I got the relationships wrong. And she's mad that I'm acting attracted towards Yuri, my character anyways. Or maybe I'm just reading into it a little too much. Big cry, the world is full of me and often hidden deep beyond plain sight, and there are many untold mysteries behind every person, no matter how well you may know them. So you think there might be something behind it after all? I think Sayori is a very complex person. Her mannerisms on the outside don't always match what may be going on inside her head, and she may not always know what she wants. I noticed her strange behavior today too, and I also feel some concern for her. But in your case, it looked like she was fully occupying your thoughts, wasn't she? Well, I guess that was the case. Sayori, she really means a lot to you, doesn't she? I guess. But you don't need to put it that way. We're just good friends, that's all. So we're not related. That's good to know. Yuri suddenly looks deeply into my eyes. Her expression is gentle and curious, as if she was searching for something. Embarrassed, I invert my gaze. Sometimes the person's mysteries are untold even to themselves, and you, as someone honest and caring, may uncover feelings you weren't aware were in you. That is, I think, that she would be a very fortunate person to have you feel that way about her. Yuri, you're giving me too much credit. I'm a pretty simple guy, so I think I'm pretty good at understanding my own feelings. I'm not nearly as sophisticated as you. That's not a compliment, is it? It is what it is. Anyways, as long as we're here, why don't we do some reading? Well, as long as you're okay with it, yeah. I should be taking my mind off this whole thing anyway. Okay, everyone, after some time passes, Monica calls out to the clubhouse. Why don't we share our poems now? Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Everyone goes to retrieve their poems, and I do the same. I make eye contact with Monica, and she smiles at me. I wonder what she was talking about with Sayori. Sayori. It's nice, I guess. Come on, I can already tell that you don't like it. Are you kidding me? I wrote it for you, Sayori. I made it simplistic and dumb and stupid for you. Well, you don't need to worry about what I think. Are you kidding me? I made it so awful, just for you. After all, you wrote this for someone else, didn't you? Gosh darn it! No, I didn't. Probably Natsuki. Eh? I didn't write this for anyone specifically. Maybe. That's not really what I meant, though. But it's okay. We're making new friends, just like I was hoping. That makes me really happy. And you're happy too, right? In this club? Well, gosh darn it, woman! Of course I am. Good. That's all that matters for you. Thank you, Big Cry. She can't be happy, can she? She really is just that depressed. Sayori, is there something wrong? Huh? No, nothing. I'm just a little tired today. Alright, just tell me if you need anything. I will. Don't worry about me, okay? You can go play with everyone else now, if you insist. Yay, I'm gonna go home a little bit early today. No. Sayori, tell Monica I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Before he can say anything else, Sayori cheerfully walks out of the classroom, humming to herself. Decided to try something different today. I guess so. Is that good or bad? Well, neither. I have my preferences, but it would be unfair of me to call something good or bad based on that. As always, I believe what's most important is exploring and discovering yourself. That's comforting. Yeah, I try to go with variety in my work, like trying to explore all the genres and different subsections that I don't think are explored nearly as much, and trying to come with my own originalities in those subgenres that I don't think have been explored, and things that I have fun writing. So that's kind of where I try to discover myself in writing. I'm kind of afraid of disappointing you in some ways or another. It's usually not as much fun trying to force an idea to come, or like to force yourself through being stuck on when you're writing through sign and you're just, what is that phrase? Where you are, where you're in the middle of writing something and you just can't figure out how to write another word. It's not good to force it. You should just let it come naturally. Because that's when I have the best results, is when I just let it come naturally. Like, it's usually when I'm not even thinking about it that the next part comes to me. So, and that's usually when I have the best results, when I don't try to force the next thing coming. I just literally have my phone on me and I write down every single thing I get when I get, so that I don't forget, because I forget things like that 5 seconds after it comes to me. So I need to write it down at the moment I get. That's why I always write it down in my phone. So it's very convenient having like a technology where it's like an infinite notepad where you have infinite pieces of paper, because then you can literally write entire books, entire screenplays on your phone, and it's literally just all there, and it's so convenient. Modern technology is so nice. I'm kind of afraid of disappointing you in some ways or another. Eh? Why me? Well, you're always sophisticated with your writing and have the most advice to share. Is that so? If you guys want to see any of my scripts, or just my scripted content, try my channel, Stay on Script. It's my newest channel where I've been going into more professional work. But I've been doing AI dungeon videos over there, and I've been reading through and acting through my screenplays that I've written professionally that I want to get made whenever I can. Like, into actual, like, budgeted movies, not just cheesy film fest, but, like, professionally as, like, an actual career. So, yeah. And then Cheesy Film Fest is kind of like my no-budget, doing it for fun to get myself practice in filmmaking type deal, where it's kind of like no worries, just like practice. Yuri thinks it for a good minute. That must be terrible, eh? For me to have become someone whose opinion is fearsome? How unlikable of me. Yuri, it's not as bad as you're making it sound in your head. I just meant that I respect your opinion. I see, I'm sorry that I always overthink and come to these sort of conclusions. I'm just a little too used to it. Overthinking? Being disliked. Yuri. What? What am I saying? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. Let's just move on. Alright. Do you want to share your poem now? Okay, here. Beach. A marvel millions of years in the making, where the womb of Earth chaotically meets the surface. Under a clean blue sky, an expanse of bliss. But beneath gray... What is that? Rolling. Beneath gray rolling clouds, an endless enigma. The easiest world to get lost in is one where everything can be found. One can only build a sandcastle where the sand is wet, but where the sand is wet, the tide comes. Will it gently lick at your foundations until you give in? Or will a sudden wave send you crashing down into the blink of an eye? Either way, the outcome is the same, yet we still build sandcastles. I stand where the foam wraps around my ankles, where my toes squish into the sand. The salty air is therapeutic. The breeze is gentle yet powerful. I sink my toes into the ultimate building boundary line, tempted by the foamy tendrils. Turn back, and I abandon my piece to evade at the shore. Drift forward, and I return to Earth forevermore. I'm aware that the beach is kind of an inane thing to write about, but I did my best to take a metaphorical approach to it. You say that you didn't even want to write about it. Oh, you hadn't heard? After yesterday, Natsuki and I, well, it was amusing that we wrote about something similar in such different ways. So Natsuki wanted us to write about the same topic as each other again. I suppose to compare the differences in our writing styles, or thought processes. Anyways, it was her idea. Knowing her, it's no surprise that she wanted to do something like that. She probably just wants to show off. It's not like I have a particular interest in her writing style, I just went with her request. But, well, I suppose it's not so bad to write about something simple on occasion. It can be refreshing, you know? It's good for me to calm my thoughts once in a while. Yeah, I think I agree. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, no thanks. You didn't even... Next! But she would have loved it! Hi, Big Cry. Have you thought about what it is you want to submit at the festival? Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people, I'll have to give it some more thought. Okay, no pressure. But whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. It would also make me happy to see. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem. Sure. I let Monica take the poem I was holding in my hands. I like this one. It makes me think of something Sayori would like. Is that so? You and Sayori are really good friends, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you had those sorts of things in common. Ah, well, we may be good friends, but Sayori and I are actually really different. Well, that may be the case, but maybe there are some similarities you wouldn't expect. The way she talks about you, it sounds like the two of you really care about each other's well-being. Even if you don't show it in different ways, it ends up being more similar than you'd think. So I think that's the kind of vibe I get when I'm reading your poems. You sure you're not reading too much into it? Ah, it could be. Oh gosh, I sound like Yuri. But in any case, Sayori's writing has a kind of gentle feel to it. I can tell that she likes exploring with emotion, like happiness and sadness. Who knew that someone so happy would enjoy sad things too? Yeah, that's totally unexpected. Yeah, well, to each their own. And you shouldn't be afraid to experiment a little bit either. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright? Alright. The Lady Who Knows Everything. Oh, another space one. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth, the lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose. And all that was our sought, and here I am, a feather. Lost adrift in the sky, victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day I search with little hope. Little Hope is coming out soon. I'm intrigued by that game. Knowing legends don't exist. I still need to play Man of Medan. I played the demo and I enjoy it, even though everyone says it's so mixed. But even mediocre games like that I can still enjoy. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains. That last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky, I think she's trying to say? Twilt sky? I don't know. Until one day the wind ceases to blow, I fall, and I fall, and I fall even more, gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and the forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything knows what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. That's sad, but I really liked it. You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sort of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything, but it was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about. I see. I never really put much thought into it. In a way, it's almost paradoxical, because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning? You know, there's one thing I've noticed. It seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy. Are you surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Humans are two-dimensional creatures. I think you'd know that better than anyone. You mean one-dimensional? Yeah, that. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get a lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find other people who enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier, because instead of just telling you that your writing is good, okay, or bad, they'll want to focus on everything that went into it and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way, and it'll make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having a little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Okay, you three, we're all done sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out... Hold on a second, is it just me or did you say something strange just now? Eh? Something did sound a bit unusual. That's right. You deviated from your usual catchphrase when addressing the club. I didn't even notice. Catchphrase. I don't have a catchphrase. Jeez, why is the mood so weird today? Because stuff is gonna get messed up and I need to save. I should be using up all the slots in case I mess up, but I don't care. Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it. Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. Your books, maybe. Look, the only thing different is that Sayori isn't here, and is probably getting herself killed. Ah, seems you're right. Sigh. Sayori always helps lighten the mood a bit, doesn't she? It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little when she's not around. Where the heck did she run off to, anyways? I thought she just went to pee. Natsuki, please show some decency. Oh, come on. She actually wasn't feeling too well and went home early. Is that so? I hope she's alright. Seriously? Out of all the times to not go home with her, you picked the time she's not feeling well. So much for the two of you being all lovey-dovey. No. First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayori. And second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I don't want to force it. Oh, that curious expression coming from Yuri of all people. Calm down, people. I talked to her earlier and everything is fine. What'd she say? Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so I would stop worrying about the gosh darn festival. Let's decide what everyone will be doing this weekend. I already know what I'm doing. That's right. Natsuki will be making cupcakes. I think Natsuki will be dead and we should be worrying about her right now, but we might need a lot of them and different flavors. Can you handle that all by yourself, Natsuki? Challenge accepted. And as for myself, I am going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Sayori will be helping me design them. And as for Yuri, you can, guys, can you help me come up with a sign for Yuri? I'm useless. No, that's not it at all. You're the most talented person here, you know. Now, Natsumi's pouting too. Jeez, even I can tell now. I guess I never gave Sayori enough credit, but I can sure tell when even harder things are on you when she's not around. That may be the case, but if I can't also be a leader on my own, then I won't grow as a person. So Yuri, you have beautiful handwriting, you know. So you should make some banners and decorations to help set the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that, I love atmosphere. Yuri's expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk and focuses and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see. That's great. You'll be a wonderful help, Yuri, but anyways, that just leaves you, Big Cry, the only person who is truly useless. Yeah, don't say that. In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It would probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. You could always help me out as well. I would be really appreciative of that. That's... Is Monica suggesting I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are they going to respond to a suggestion like that? I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help. Well, even if you don't know how big, there's always some dirty work they could give to you. It's not like Monica's gonna give me a chore and you should be sitting on your butt anyways. Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that. If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own. Big Cry might not be around if you only make him out to be a nuisance. So there, he may be more suited to assist him with your decorations. Hold on, I never said that. How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyways? Sounds more like you're just making excuses for Big Cry to... What are you saying? It'll be extremely meticulous work, and baking isn't. Just what do you think? Guys, let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Big Cry to decide who he'd like to accompany. Besides, he hasn't really gotten the chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? So I'm sure he's interested in... You literally just said... I'm surprised as well. Sorry, I was just saying, though. Jeez. Can we just settle this already? Yeah, Big Cry, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you. Of course. Very well. In that case, everyone looks straight at me. Save time. This is it. I can tell. Sayori, right? She's the one that's home. I think that's the smartest move. I feel like even though Yuri's the most likable of the bunch, picking her would be unethical, I feel like if I did the pink-haired lady that was here, she would be the most ethical pick that wasn't the friend that I walked home with. Because, like, we're kind of enemies, so you know that there isn't gonna be any, like, tension. Well, not, like, any sexual tension between our characters. So, like, basically it would stay platonic, is what I'm saying. So, I like that idea, but I'm mostly worried about the character that went home and is acting super suspicious. And I don't remember any of their names, so I'm assuming the one with the ... is the friend that went home, so I'm gonna pick that. I mean, if it's going to be anyone, I prefer helping Sayori. I mean, we're already neighbors, but Monica said that Sayori was helping her. Oh! Whoops. Jeez. Do you really hate us that much? No! Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be difficult. Oh, okay. Gosh. Well, crap. She's totally dead. This is where I mess everything up, isn't it? So, can I have a quick rundown on who is who? Yuri is this one. Monica, is she this one? And then Natsuki actually wants me because she's like the leader. But Yuri is my favorite. Yeah, I'll be ethical. Well, I guess I should probably be helping Monica. Yay, you picked me. Hold on one second. No, wait, that's not what I meant. Here, hold up. Yeah, load that. Hint, you can press skip if you've already seen it. So, Natsuki? Well, baking sounds like it could be fun. And you guys made it sound like a lot of work, so it could probably use 2 people. Don't worry, baking is a ton of fun. You'll definitely agree. Huh? Just a minute ago you were saying that. That's because... Never mind, okay? Well, anyway, you'll be fine by yourself, right, Yuri? Of course. I'm used to it after all. Now I feel bad! That's good. Even though Yuri is being melodramatic, it's a little hard not to feel bad. So, that's everything, right? Anything else we need to talk about? No, I think that's it. Are you guys excited? Yes. Everything except the performance is gonna be awesome. I don't think that really counts. What about you, Big Cry? Me? I guess you could say I'm interested to see how it'll turn out. That's one way to say it. That's good enough for me. What about you, Yuri? Yuri? She's still sulking. Natsuki starts pouting too. It's not that big of a deal or anything. Well, it might not be just that. I think that Yuri might just be feeling a little underappreciated in general. Having to come up with something for her to do and then nobody offering to help. That doesn't mean... Natsuki glances back and forth between everyone with a worried expression. Look, Natsuki glances over and puts her hands on Yuri's shoulders. Yuri, you really are the most talented one here, and you're going to help make the event a lot more fun and welcoming. I mean, the cupcakes will probably help a lot too, but you're going to make the atmosphere special, and that will be the most important way for everyone to feel during the performances. So, you need to stop being dumb and give yourself a little more credit. Natsuki releases her hands and turns around to face the other direction. You didn't really mean that, did you? Not really, but Yuri's the only one surprised. Isn't the only one surprised. Monica and I are also taken aback by Natsuki's words. Natsuki, of all people, to be saying such encouraging things, but I begin to understand. Natsuki was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I could tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say at a time like this, because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves. I'm sorry for being dumb. I'm gonna do my best. and all of us are going to have a really great event. Yeah. I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more to do today. So I guess it's time for us to head out. Okay, but I'm staying here a bit longer. I barely got to do any reading today, so fair enough, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone picks up their things. I started to follow Monica and Yuri out the door as they chat between each other. Where are you going? We still need to figure out our plans for this weekend. You literally would have gone home and realized that you didn't even have a way to contact me. Oh, that's true. I have no idea how that slipped my mind. Geez, good thing I stopped you. I'm getting you my number, okay? You better not make it weird or anything. Why would I do that? Natsuki gives me her number. Okay, I'm coming over there on Sunday. I'll bring all the ingredients. Wait, you're coming to my house? Well, yeah, what's wrong with that? I mean, I just figured since I'm the one helping, I'd be going to your house. Yeah, right. Like I could have a guy over at my house. My dad would kill me. Really? That's kind of strict if you ask me. Yeah, well, how do you think I feel? I can't do anything when my dad is home. Anyways, I needed to complain for a second. We each have each other's numbers now. That's all I needed from you. I guess I'll text you when I'm coming over. Alright, fine by me. Yeah. I'm really gonna show you why I love baking so much, so you better look forward to that. Oh? Didn't you say you were just going to give me the dirty work? Well, I was just saying that. It's not like I could act like in front of everyone that I was looking forward to this. Wait, really? Well, kind of. Just because I never got to bake with someone else before. That's all it is, so... Alright, I got it. Sorry for overreacting. Anyway, I'll be hanging out now. See you on Sunday. Never mind. So I think I picked the good path, because I think she's the really psycho one, if I remember correctly. I can't believe this. Natsuki is going to be coming to my house on Sunday. My anxiety shoots through the roof. Even though I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point, there's no telling what might end up happening when we're outside of school. More than that, she told me she was looking forward to it. Is this the chance I have to make something happen between us? Or is it too early for that? Ew! Dude! I said I picked her to make things platonic! Only time will tell, but until then I won't be able to take my mind off it. I seriously can't wait. It's already Sunday. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Natsuki. Also, she's literally the most subversive one to pick. For, like, today, because she's the one that's the least interested in you, or at least puts up a front like she is the least interested. So she makes you, as the audience, the least interested. Alright, I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. I'm guessing if you pick any of the other people, she freaks the heck out and breaks the game, essentially. I wonder if she'll act any different when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, she's been texting me a lot. We sent each other one after exchanging numbers to double check, but it turned into conversation. She's almost a different personality on the phone, using tons of emoji and cute language. She also likes complaining about things, but I kind of saw that one coming. But putting Natsuki aside, I hadn't heard a thing from Sayori since she left club early the other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Sayori said and what Monica said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? I decide to visit Sayori before Natsuki comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. I don't like how the music's gone quiet. She's probably hanged herself. Just saying. Again, we used to play so often that we've made a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we were family. The house is quiet. Yep, menace. I knew it. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor. So I assume she's up in her room. It's already strange of her not to run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom where I finally found her. Sayori. Oh. I need a minute, guys. I thought she was dead. Hi, Big Cry. I sit down in our room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us. You haven't come over like this in a long time, have you? I guess you're right. That's been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is a mess, as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the stuffed animals and wall decorations that she's had for years now. Ehehehe. If you came over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess. That's because I end up cleaning it for you. How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Natsuki today? Yeah, but... Wait, how'd you know that? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting. Monika told me. It's only natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations. Oh, that's true. What about you? Aren't you going to be helping Monika today? Of course. But I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything. Ah, so it's just me and Natsuki then. Yep. There's more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you're doing after you left on Friday. When something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well, so... Sayori smiles, shaking her head. That's no good, Big Cry. Eh? Why can't you just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been so worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here, you wouldn't have even been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm being punished for being so selfish. Is she gonna do something really screwed up, like beat herself in the face? I just think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It just wants to torture me. Ehehehe. Sayori! I grab Sayori by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this, so tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about you. Sayori gives me an empty smile. You really put me in a trap, Big Cry, but you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time. Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori? You're really just gonna make me say it, aren't you, Big Cry? I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've really had bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make each other put their energy and caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. And that's why I just want to make everyone happy without anyone worrying about me. Alright, so now it's my time to address the elephant in the room I had addressed at the beginning of the game, and why I'm more than fine with going through this game, even though I myself have pretty strong anxiety and depression, dealing with those things, which is, I don't think it's up to media to decide our own morality. So if you want to go into mature subject matters and art forms, I think you should be allowed to do so, and it shouldn't impact how we feel about our own lives and how we feel we should make our own moral choices, because that should be up to parenting and our own sense of moral judgment, and it's not up to the characters we see on screen to make the choices for us. So it's ridiculous to censor art forms and things like that, because it's not their fault for what people do in the real world. If people in the real world make horrible mistakes and they have mental illnesses that drove them to do them, it's not because they saw some stupid movie that made them do it or played some stupid game. It's because there was a collection of events that happened in their life that chain reacted that caused them to do this event. I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about it? Why, Sayori? Why is it that you've never told me about this? Dude, it's hard to tell people Like, are you serious, man? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Dude, like, do you know how hard it is to, like, talk about this stuff? Like, with the environment that we're in, it's hard to make friends unless you are, like, putting up this front as, like, a cheery person. So it totally makes sense that, like, people with depression totally do this and, like, hide their true self and how they're feeling. But then, once you do, like, start to get to know people, you can let down your walls a bit. But once you put up those walls, it's hard to do that. So that's kind of the trick. Is like once you get close to people, to have the trust to put down your walls and start talking about these really sensitive issues, and just getting really personal with them when you're at that point in a friendship to talk about these things. But sometimes, especially if you've had moments in your life where you actually have been betrayed trust-wise, it's hard to ever trust a person again. So you can't blame the person that couldn't trust you with the information for basically not being able to trust someone before, because that could make them have trust issues. And that also comes with depression. I know that I had to deal with that. But yeah, that being said, depression does sometimes lead to suicide. I know a lot of people in my school who committed suicide due to depression. And it really sucks, and I beg people not to do it. I almost did it in middle school, but I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't. And I just want to say that, like, there are people that do care about you in your life. They may not say it, and they may not act like it, but they do. And it's worth seeking out those people, and as hard as it is to say, it's all worth it to say that you need help, because once you see the flood of reassurance from the people that love you, it makes it worth it, and it makes dealing with mental illnesses so much easier, and it just makes life so much easier as a whole. So I just wanted to put that out there as like a positive thing to help you guys out because of what I've dealt with, and a positive way to like deal with the situation, because I know it sucks, and like you're just thinking it's not gonna get better, it's just getting worse and worse, and I can't take it anymore. But if you just wait through like that panic and that just loss, just that loneliness and that fear, if you just wait through it and let it pass, then suddenly it becomes manageable again. And even though you're dealing with it every day, it just becomes so much better once you get through it. It's worth getting through. Alright. Even if there's only so much that I could do. That's my little PSA over. Alright. Just like wanted to let people know, stick through it, you know. Alright. Mushy time over. I would have tried to a little bit harder to make every day a little better for you. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me. You don't understand at all, Big Cry. Why do you think I don't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have wasted effort caring about me instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes, but it all feels like a bat being swung against my head. That's why I want so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. Yeah, that's another thing, is like that feeling of worthlessness, like you want to help everyone else out, but like feeling like your life is invalid, your feelings are invalid. And it's another tough thing to deal with, because it's like you want to make everyone else's lives better, but you're not really taking care of yourself, and you need to take care of yourself. Now, that doesn't mean be entirely selfish, but you have to balance the two. If you are striving so hard to be a good person, there's so much of a thing as being too good of a person that you are just like not taking care of yourself, and it becomes unhealthy. And I dealt with that too. That was another issue I dealt with. So like, yes, it's very good to take care of people, and you should be proud of yourself for doing it, but there also comes a point where you should be making sure that you're taking care of yourself as well. helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered someone else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club, it feels like a spear going through my heart. So that's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Because every path leads to nothing but hurt. You're right, I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it is for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do. No, Big Cry, there's nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. So basically, I just need to forget about it, and my constant worrying about her might be what puts her over the edge. Interesting, but I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am. Tears streaked down Sayori's face. I made you join the literature club because I was selfish, and I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here and I made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish, that's all I am. Worry isn't like hurt though. It's more so like, not in the way that other people think about it when they have depression. Like, when I think, oh no, I am hurting this other person by making them worry about me. That's not what it's like for them, which I fail to understand because it's not my perspective. Perspective is a huge, huge hurdle with mental illness. Like, understanding what things are like for other people is such a hard thing to get over. Crap, lost my train of thought. Trying to understand that, like, it's not causing people pain, that they want what's best for you as much as you want what's best for them. Just like this empathy. And I think it's actually a good thing. That, like, it's just them showing how much that they care about you. And it's good that they're reaching out like that, because they're showing that they want you to be happy too. And that it's not a black and white answer of they're happy and you aren't, or nobody's happy. It's not that at all. Everyone can be happy. Or at least you can try to make everyone happy. There is a third option like that. But you have to strive for it. You can hope for it. And even though you're fearing that that day will never come, it could. Because I deserve every last one. Without thinking, I once again grab Sayori's shoulders. This time I pull her into a tight embrace. Big Cry. Oh wow, that was perfect. I named him perfectly. I pulled her into a big cry. Sayori, I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Big Cry. Sayori isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear. No, don't do this to me. Please don't do this. So to her, there's like the Schindler's List of like bad vibe stories. Big Cry. Sorry. Sayori barely manages to speak between her big cries. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. But all I want is for her to know that I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away, and if there's anything you need me to do, then you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't. I don't know. Gently, Sayori finally pulls her arms around me in return. I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings. Big Cry. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. True. But your hugs are so warm. And that's really scary too. Sayori lets me go. As she does, so I let her go as well. The festival is tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be fun, right? Yeah. How would you like me to spend it all with you? It's what I want, I promise. I think that would be nice then, yeah. Sayori wipes her tears. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all the days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel. No, don't. Please don't. If you did that, then I really wouldn't forgive you. But it's almost time for Natsuki to meet me at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. To my surprise, Sayori shakes her head. Not surprising to me. I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right? It's kind of hard for me to fully understand. But I'm trying my hardest. It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. I look forward to it. Man, that's like pretty real. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy. But it's hard for me to keep thinking about when Natsuki is about to come over too. I think Sayori's right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to be having a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. I'm still worried, though. I spend only a few minutes back at home anxiously awaiting Natsuki's arrival. Before I know it, she texts me to let me know she's outside the front door. Without delay, I open the door to let her in. Sup? Hey. I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing Natsuki in something other than her school uniform totally threw me off. Seeing her in such cute clothes made the uniform seem totally unfitting in comparison. Jeez, don't make me feel so awkward already. It's gonna be a long afternoon, so just don't weird out just because you're not used to seeing me outside school. Excuse me, by the way. Anyway, I'm coming in. She just magicked the background away. I see you brought lots of stuff. Natsuki's carrying a large bag. How long is this game? That is probably full of baking supplies. Well, I didn't want to come all this way to find out that your kitchen isn't equipped for the job. You bought everything I asked you to, right? Yeah, I did. Yesterday, Natsuki asked me to buy a bunch of ingredients I didn't already have them at home. Good. Glad I could count on you to do your part. Well, of course. I'm surprised to hear Natsuki suddenly say that rather than sign snarky like she usually does. Could it be that she is a little different outside of school after all? Anyways, let's go to the kitchen. What, you're not even gonna offer to take this heavy bag from me? Yeah, that's another thing. With me personally, I feel like I'm a different person at school than I am at home. Even though I'm basically... Most of me is like the same, but I feel like... Not necessarily my attitude is different, but like... Or my personality, but just like there are like certain aspects of myself, like... It feels like if my identity was like a prism, I'm showing off like different halves of myself at different times with different people, you know? Like I'm filtering myself differently. Where's your hospitality, Big Cry? Come on. So it is like, yeah, I almost come off different at different places with different people. Since when did I need to be a gentleman? Like I'm always trying to be like a good person. I don't mean like I totally shift moralities or anything like that, but it's like, I don't know, I just feel like, I don't know, like I do notice that there's like a small change in like how I approach conversations and like situations when I'm in different social situations. This is ridiculously heavy. I carried that all the way here. Kind of makes me feel like I'm living a double life sometimes, but it's not nearly that dramatic. Are you impressed? I see now. Yeah, I'm impressed, Natsuki. Seems like I always underestimate you. It's because I'm so small, isn't it? You jerk. Natsuki hits fist into my chest. Hey, besides, there's nothing to do with it. Don't you really hate being small that much? Hey, it's not like I hate it. I mean, sometimes I like proving people wrong. When they only think I'm worth my size. It's fun when I get to be small, but also better than other people. But, geez, never mind. What are you making me say? Don't think you can make me talk about weird things just because we're not at school. Are we getting started or what? There's a lot of stuff I gotta teach you. Well, that's a bit more like you. You're more fun when you just speak your mind like that. Hey, now you are treating me like a kid. I was just trying to be a little nicer to you, you know? And just because I don't have a mature and sexy figure like you doesn't mean you should treat me like, Natsuki catches her words and her face turns red. Natsuki, forget it. I didn't say anything. I should apologize. I appreciate that you were trying to be nicer. I should have been a little bit more considerate too. But also, if that's what you were thinking, then you should probably know that there are tons of guys who are into bi types like yours. Ah, how would you know that anyways? Just trust me on this one. Gross. Hey! Was that to me? Who else? Man, let's just get started anyways. You get all sour when a girl calls you gross. I finally found your weakness, big cry. Natsuki smiles deviously. Please spare me. If Natsuki decides to dish out more insults like that one, then there's no way I'm fighting back. But she's satisfied enough for now, finally starting to pull things out of her bag so that we can get started. Before long, the whole kitchen is a mess. Spoons, dirty bowls, flour, spilled fluid, and plastic bags are strewn about every countertop. The mixer isn't big enough to make all the batter at once, so we've had to do it several times. Meanwhile, Natsuki is babysitting all my movements to make sure I don't mess up on her precious baking. Big cry, why did you put the food coloring? The batter's going in the oven soon, so I need to fill the trays. I think it's still in the bag next to the table. What are you using it for? To color the batter, of course. I'm making each tray a different color. That way, even if the flavors aren't different, everyone can still pick their favorite. Ah, that's a cute idea. Are we doing anything like that with the icing? Do you want to? You're asking me? I don't really have a preference, so come on. You're not putting any heart into this at all. Can you at least try to have fun? I'm trying to have fun. I'm not really sure what Natsuki is trying to get out of me. Meanwhile, I see her separate the batter into smaller bowls and put a few drops of food into coloring into each. Ah, that does look pretty cool. See? It's not like baking is just about following instructions. The presentation is where you get to be creative and have the most fun. It's a million times more worth it if in the end it just looks like everyone's eyes lighting up. Just like the ones you made on my first day, huh? I recall Natsuki proudly presenting her cat-shaped cupcakes and Sayori and Monika's delighted expressions. I wonder if I can make Natsuki proud like that too. Yeah, maybe I will use the food coloring then. Sounds like you're starting to understand. Just make sure you completely finish mixing the icing before you mess with the food coloring. Yeah, it's getting there. They're using the electric mixer for the battery, so I got stuck with a whisk and a huge bowl for the icing. Icing's still lumpy. Are you even trying? Well, yeah, it's just a little longer. Gee, I'll be here if you'll want. Alright, look. Grab the whisk and tilt the bowl back. You really need to beat the crap out of it. See? Hey. I don't want your gross fingers in my icing. Your icing, man. Do you forget who did all the work? Don't make me beat the crap out of you next. I'd like to see you try. Ah! Gross. You got it on my face. Whose fault is that? Jeez. You know what? Take this. You wish... Haha, stop! Not until you apologize for calling me gross. Fine, I'm sorry for calling you gross. You know I didn't mean it. It's just fun seeing you react to it. You do that to me all the time, you know, saying dumb things to get a reaction out of me. You really shouldn't tease girls like that. Is that so? In that case, I probably shouldn't do this either. What? Did you seriously just... Ah! Big cry. You really shouldn't do that kind of thing to girls unless you really like them. You know that, right? Sign burning? I thought you didn't put the cupcakes in yet. No wonder. You left a dizzy train, dummy. How did you make a mistake like that? You should have checked before turning the oven on. Don't blame me for your mistakes. Jeez. Anyway, I'm putting them in the oven now. Yeah. Ah, that smells so good. Look at how cute they all look. They'll look even better once we add the icing. How long does this go on for? I brought decorating stuff, so I hope you can get creative. Here, scoop the icing into these bags. I have these nozzles that will make it look nice and fluffy. I thought this was one of the endings. This one can make it, can even make flowers. We probably won't be using it this time though. What's this one for? That one's really thin, so you can use it to make stripes or other patterns. You can also use it to write stuff on a cake, like happy birthday or whatever. Huh, I see. That gives me an idea, actually. Eh? Well, it's a literature, right? How we could make it a literature themed by writing a different word on each of the cupcakes. It would be fun to see people choose their cupcake based on a word they like. I was kind of expecting you to say something really stupid, but that's actually a really cute idea, so maybe I'm getting it from you. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not cute. Come on. We're not at school. Nobody's judging. You can't dress and act like this and not expect someone to think you're cute. What? Natsumi's voice trails off. Same with you. Hey? Did you say something? No, nothing. Just let's do the icing. There's a lot to do, so we shouldn't be wasting time. Here, I'll show you how to do it. Look how pretty they are together. Yeah, they are, aren't they? I wish I could have one now. Well, there's no reason why you can't, right? I don't see any harm in that. Yeah, well, but my dad's making dinner tonight, so I really need to save my appetite. Sayori's the exact opposite in that regard. If she was here, we'd probably be down 10 cupcakes already. And she would still eat dinner. Come on, that's really unhealthy. Besides, when my dad cooks, he eats as much of it as I can. Well, anyways, I was hoping we would have time for Mom. Gosh darn it. But I need to be home for dinner. Ah, already? That's a shame. It's your fault for working so slowly. You should have thought about that. It's not like you'll be always behind the scare. Man. Bring the cupcakes tomorrow, right? If you and Sayori each carry some, then you'll probably do it in one trip. Yeah, I can do that, and don't worry, I won't let her eat any. I wish she would listen to me the way she listens to you. Ah, yeah. Okay, I'm all packed up. Good work today. You too. I'll walk you home, I guess. Well, I guess I'll be off then. Thanks for all the help and everything. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, Natsuki, eh? What you said before about not always having this chance. Doesn't have to be that way at all. I had fun today. You showed me how fun baking can be, like you said. But aside from that, you can come over anytime, alright? I think if possible, I'd like to spend more time like this. Do you want to remake a sometime? Do you really mean that? Yeah. I want to spend more time with you. Big cry. I thought you only cared about getting this done. I'm sorry I had to leave so early. I didn't want it to. I would like to stay here longer. I feel the same way about you. Wait, Natsuki. I've felt it for a while now. The murder rage. Sayori? Eh? Ah. Hi, Big Cry. Sayori, just now, we weren't... It's okay, Big Cry. I just stopped to say hi. Ah, well, you should have come a little earlier. I was on my way out, so... Oh, really? That's too bad. Yeah, well, I'm still... See you at the festival tomorrow, so it's fine. Just don't eat any cupcakes before then. Anyway, later. Sayori, I thought you didn't want to come over today. Oh, well, I tried staying at my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me, so I had to come here and see for myself. See what? What are you talking about? You know, how much fun you were having with Natsumi, and how close you got to her.
makes me really happy. We've made such good friends. And that's all that matters to me. Tears start to fall down Sayori's face. Why am I feeling this way, Big Cry? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is splitting in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I could just disappear. Sayori, don't say that. It's true, Big Cry. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being selfish. Monica was right. I should just... Monica was right about what? Sayori, what I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden in your mind. It's making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain. But... Sayori looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. I'm scared, Big Cry. I'm really scared. What are you scared of, Sayori? I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me. Sayori, it's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Big Cry. I like you so much that I want to die. Uh-oh! That's how I feel, and